So in this panel discussion, we will discuss different aspects of institution, laws, and development in the context of Pakistan, not only from the historical perspective, but also at the contemporary situation, what is going on currently in Pakistan since the last few years. And if we look at some of the indexes or indicators for institutional quality in Pakistan, the situation is not very good. So let me tell you about the World Justice Report. In terms of the rule of law, Pakistan is worse than even Uganda and Congo Republic. So Pakistan is ranked 129 out of 142 countries. So we are just better than 12 or 13 countries in terms of the rule of law. And when it comes to the political stability and security, so according to the Global Terrorism Index in 2023, Pakistan was more insecure than Afghanistan. Although I'm happy for Afghanistan because they are facing this civil war since the 1980s, but I mean, they are experiencing civil war since the last 4 or 5 decades, and still Pakistan is more insecure than Afghanistan. So it means in terms of institution, in terms of laws, human rights, situation is not good in Pakistan. So to discuss all these things in the historical and contemporary perspective, let me introduce my panel. We have very dynamic and diverse panel. We have academicians, researchers who are working on different topics of institutions, laws, and development since last 2 decades, and we have also a lawyer who will tell us about the practical experience he is experiencing when he is dealing with the different aspects of law on day-to-day basis. So I will start from my left. We have Dr. Adil Malag. He is Associate Professor of Political Economy at Oxford Department of International Development. His area of research includes new institutional economics and political economy of Muslim societies. Then we have at the right, at the end, Dr. Sultan Mahmood. He is Assistant Professor of Economics at the New Economic School, Moscow. His research focuses on political economy, law and development, and institutions. And then we have Asad Rahim Khan. Asad is a barrister and writer based in Lahore. He provides legal counseling in constitutional law, commercial litigation, and international arbitration. He is also an adjunct faculty member at LUMS, where he teaches constitutional law. And then we have our own Dr. Leila Sohail Farooq. She is assistant professor and chairperson at the Department of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts at IBA. Her research focuses on historical British institutions in the South Asia and their effects on contemporary legal and political outcomes. So first of all, thank you and a very warm welcome. So let me start from Dr. Adil. I think in the last 20 years, you are teaching and researching different aspects of institution, laws, and development. So I would like to know that how do you this relationship in the context of Pakistan in the historical perspective as well as the contemporary situation?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's my second time that I've come to the IBA for a conference. Really want to thank Dr. Akbar Zaidi and Dr. Asma Haider and the team for inviting me. It's also been a real pleasure to be interacting with students since yesterday. And because a lot of your students are around, I think it would be useful for me to set the basic principles, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of other interventions on Pakistan. So let me offer a very textbook view of what we think about institutions, and that would transition us into a discussion on Pakistan. Economists, a lot of economics has been institutions free. You know, a lot of the earlier approaches in new institutional economics were built on the very idea that economics is institutions free. It feels, I mean, there's a broader sense that whenever there are economic transactions, they don't necessarily require institutions. It's a frictionless exchange. But economists discovered the idea of institutions and laws rather late in 1990s with Douglas North's classic work. And he emphasized to the economists that institutions, particularly laws, matter for development. And they matter for development because you need in any society the rules of the game according to which any transaction takes place. And the idea for institutions is not just to have those rules, but rules and the enforcement environment. Because laws don't necessarily matter until we have the enforcement environment. And that is very relevant for Pakistan. It's a society where we have lots of laws. Laws are often selectively enforced, and the enforcement environment is very unpredictable. And when we think about the enforcement environment, we always think about the existence of third-party neutral enforcement. That is a key challenge in most developing countries. You don't have third-party neutral enforcement, which is a very fancy way of saying independence of judiciary. Now, why do institutions matter for development? North had a very basic insight, and he said, look, much of economic activity is marked by uncertainty and unpredictability. Because when you do economics 101, or when you think about gains from trade and all this discourse by Adam Smith, you recognize that transactions are intertemporal in nature. Right? You might make a transaction today, you need to be paid tomorrow. So there's a problem of credible commitment. Right? How do you credibly enforce those contracts? And North's argument was very simple. He said, look, societies that don't have those institutions, they don't have consistent enforcement, uniform and predictable application of law, they are unable to solve the problem of uncertainty, which means that they will be stuck in a world of personalized exchange. In a world of personalized exchange, you only have private order contract enforcement, right? Which is what happens in many countries. If you think about Chile, you think about Karachi, why is it that you have, the business community, for example, is key part of the authoritarian ruling coalition in this country? And you can't blame those businessmen completely because they want predictable enforcement. They want to have some credible commitment. And who can provide that credible commitment? Either it's institutions and laws of the state, or it is the powerful who can. Because remember, the state is powerful enough to protect everyone, and it's also powerful enough to usurp their rights. In fact, one of the most inequality generating instruments in the world is the state. So the key idea is, how do you constrain the state? And that is, all the political literature really talks about constrained, effective government. And it's a question that has, long before North. I mean, Plato, for example, raised this very fundamental question: is law the ally of the city or the ally of the king? That's very much a domain that we find in Pakistan today as well. Is law the ally of the king or is the ally of the city? So how do you constrain the powerful is one of the most fundamental political questions. That's why when we think about institutions and laws, we talk about two ideas which are central to governing any society. The first is the idea of political representation. Whether you read Douglas North, Daron Acemoglu, a whole range of political economists, they talk about the emergence of the rule of law being closely intertwined with the very idea of political representation. And second is the idea of social order, because are you going to produce social order through laws and institutions, or are you going to produce social order through by limiting access to economy, society, organizations? So all of these things are hugely important, but I would say that a key aspect in which law matters for development is in terms of rights, equality, and accountability. Ultimately, it's about who has the rights to participate in economy, in society. Is law equal or not? Is its application equal? And then the very idea of accountability. So, in short, when you start unpacking the role of institutions and laws, you really get to the heart of politics. And you really get to the heart of what economics is about. Because economics is intertemporal relationships, it's multi-individual relationships. The world of impersonal exchange, for example, if you're producing a computer, and so many different parts of the computer produced in different parts of the world. How do you create that sort of supply chain? You need laws and institutions and their consistent enforcement. The problem is that the powerful arbitrary rule, despotic rule, requires on circumventing laws. That's why every dictator that's come in this country has always said, oh, what is constitution? It's just a piece of paper. I can just throw it away. Because it's again that fundamental distinction between law as the ally of the city, which means the society at large, or law as an ally of the king. And that fundamental struggle is linked with the human struggle for political rights, for equality, for representation, and for a more accountable government. But I'm happy to come back to more questions about how all of this applies to Pakistan.
Thank you. So let me take forward this discussion to Dr. Sultan. And Sultan, one of your recent research paper is very interesting and fascinating, and it's about the state capacity and independence movement in Bangladesh. So I would like that you discuss about how the state capacity in the 1970s during the Bangladesh war, how it was affected the independence movement in some region of the Bangladesh and not in the other regions. And again, it's interesting in a sense that it has larger implication currently in the context of Balochistan. Sultan will use slides as well.
Can everybody hear me? Yes, so I can't help myself. It was a panel, but I'll make it into a talk because that's what I get paid for. So, to give talks. So now, so this is a paper which I will really briefly talk about with Mushfiq Mubarak, who is a professor at Yale. He's originally from Bangladesh. So it's interesting perspectives, how we learn about the formation of the Bangladeshi state from both the Pakistani perspective and also the Bengali perspective. So, but as social scientists, the idea is not to just understand why Bangladesh broke. The idea is usually has more grandeur, and the idea is that how can we understand revolutions? So if we look at the 20th century, you had 400 major revolutions, and about 125 of them succeeded in achieving their primary goals. By the way, the lawyers' movement was one of them as well, but even more exceptional from these 400 revolutionary movements is that some led to the creation of new nation states. It broke the country. Now the question is, one of these movements created the Bangladesh nation, the 8th most populous country in the world. And the question is why? Why was Bangladesh created? So to answer this question, of course, there is a lot of things which explain the creation of Bangladesh. And it's not fair for me to say that it was just one factor, but I am going to talk about one very key factor. But before I go into this, I think it's important for us to understand a little bit of history, because there cannot be any economics, good economics at least, without understanding of history. So in this very short time, I'm going to give you some key milestones of the Bangladeshi independence movement. You had in 1948, Urdu was imposed on the Bengali population as the language, as the only language. Bengali was not given even the right to be called a state language. And immediately after this, actually the Muslim League, which created of Qaid-e-Azam, broke down into Awami Muslim League, which actually later there were riots. There was a belief that Bengali culture is being marginalized, and this culminated on 21 February 1952, when the Pakistan security forces opened fire on Bengali students in University of Dhaka. And according to the reports there, it killed 4 students. And now these 4 students, at that point where they were shot, there is a Shohda Minar. And every 21st February till today, there are a public holiday on this, and they celebrate this Minar. So, you know, you might say 12 people, 4 people here might have a very, very strong effect on the long run trajectory. Then fast forward, you had the 6-point agenda. I'm going to skip some few things, but we can talk about it in discussions. How the Awami League organized. They formed the United Front, as it was called. When the 6-point agenda by Mujib, demanding more autonomy over resources, was announced, how did the state respond? They arrested Sheikh Mujib. And then, of course, you had the 1970 historic elections. Awami League won 160 out of 162 East Pakistani seats, and overall majority across West and East Pakistan. But the Pakistani state did not hand over power to the Awami League. Negotiations failed in one way or another. There was a civil war, and there was independence of Bangladesh. One small thing I would like to just mention, just to tease you a bit, is when all of this was happening, wars was being fought, civil war, Sheikh Mujib was not leading, he was in jail, in Mianwali jail, of all places. So I don't know if you want to draw parallels today, but this is just history. Now, one thing which is often ignored from the historical account, which I think also played a role, is the Bhola cyclone. Now, this was the deadliest cyclone, a deadliest weather event in recorded history. So Bhola cyclone wiped out 300 to 500,000 people of the face of this earth. And this damage is just immediate. Afterwards, starvation followed. There was no food supply, no medicinal distribution, and a lot of people died afterwards. Now the question is, did the Bhola cyclone help the Awami League and help creation of Bangladesh or not? To answer that, we can start by looking at some government reactions. So if you look at the government reactions, what did Sheikh Mujib do immediately? Well, he suspended his election campaign. So it was just 25 days before the elections. He suspended his election campaign. In his memoir, he writes that actually he cynically recounts that trip might have of getting the Awami League votes than what I was doing before. He went to the affected areas with rice sacks, with fuel cans, and tried to help them out. 2 weeks afterwards, our president also, General Yahya at that time, visited the place. And he famously said above his helicopter flyby, doesn't look too bad. So this was this callousness which might have played a role. Now the question is, there is also a lot of accounts that General Yahya afterwards just went to Dhaka to attend a wedding and a party and didn't meet relief officials, etc. And we know that General Yahya was a bit of a party animal. Nothing against parties, I'm super pro parties, but just not when wars are happening, etc. So it was not an uncommon occurrence. Like, for example, even in the Friday Times have reported that even when Dhaka was falling, General Yahya was busy in a party on that day of surrender, for example. So now the question is, did this cyclone have an effect? And when you are trying to be rigorous, you have to be very careful. You have to really make sure what your measures are and what you are measuring, and that's part of the job description. So we were very lucky to get data from NASA, from the ETOS-1 satellite, and we were able to measure cyclone intensity from outer space. And by the way, this was just a research assistant sending an email to NASA and getting this data. So anybody of you can also, anybody could do it. It was just sending an email. They sent us this ETOS-1 satellite map, and this ETOS-1 satellite was one of the most advanced satellites of its time. It was designed by the Department of Defense of the United States in collaboration with NASA to predict conflicts. And what we do is basically we look at the Bengali map at that time, and we see every place which had high storm intensity versus low storm intensity, and we are able to draw a map of, say, storm intensity. Now, I'm not going to talk about identification here, but for those who are interested, I know there are some econometricians here too. You're using the fact that nature is blind. So nature is not going to look at if you are a poor village or a rich village, it's going to wash you away anyway. So that's what makes the two high intensity and low intensity sub-districts comparable. But we are able to see storm intensity from satellite, which we actually verify by ground data using wind speeds as well. But that's just some detail. But another thing we are able to collect is World Bank reports on aid distributed. So if you see, for example, here there is this Chittagong, like the right area, where the storm hit the most. But if you look at aid distributed, the most hardest hit cyclone areas here, aid is not given there. And actually aid has been very, very little. So a natural question arises is, could the breakup of Bangladesh have been prevented if Pakistani state had given more aid to different districts? And this is also what we can empirically answer. Now, for example, 3 testable implications arise from this data. Did the cyclone affect voting patterns in 1970? Did the cyclone affect joining of the Mukti Bani force? So the separatist movement, like the armed struggle, did the cyclone affect the armed struggle? And what was the role of aid in all of this? The relief work which was given, could the relief work mitigate the effect of the cyclone on both voting and conflict? And what do we find? I will show you one table, but our main finding is that the storm hit areas have the largest increase in Awami League votes. A 10% increase in storm intensity increases vote share for the Awami League by 2.5%. And in fact, 40% of variation in the Awami League vote share is explained by the cyclone alone. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is that storm hit areas, so places where the storm was more intense, did more damage. These areas, the insurgency was larger. The joining of Mukti Bani soldiers were larger. And 10% increase in storm intensity led to an additional person joining the Mukti Bani. And 30% of variation in conflict is explained by the cyclone. But it was not all it. The relief and aid efforts actually managed to reverse the votes for Awami League and the joining of Mukti Bani. But the problem was that too few districts got the relief to actually make a difference. So I'm going to just show one table. Again, I can't help it. I know, just bear with me for a second, but I just want you to concentrate on the 2 top numbers, like with the stars, where you see that the places where the storm was the hardest and aid was given, the Awami League vote share is negative. So it was reducing. And the places where the aid was not given, that's the second row, the Awami League vote share is positive. What this means in the simplest of words, and also notice the coefficient, like, you know, with the aid, the coefficient is larger, meaning that you could completely reverse Awami League votes and you could, if you had provided aid, and this holds not just for the Awami League votes, this also holds for the number of insurgents joining the Mukti Bani. Now, I have more results showing that actually it's not just that aid was the only factor. Aid, basically the storm catalyzed the freedom movement and pre-existing ethnic grievances. But the key result from the whole paper is that Bhola cyclone was an important event which provided the focal point for the Bengalis to organize. It revealed to the East Pakistanis the true face of the government, that the central government does not care. So it basically amplified, not create, but amplified the existing political, economic, and cultural grievances. And as the threat of climate change is basically hitting Pakistan, we have to be extremely careful. Because if we are not extremely careful with the separatist movements all around us, we could be facing a similar situation. And this is why I will conclude this talk by just mentioning a quote from Jim Wallace, who said, "Sometimes it takes a natural disaster to reveal a social disaster." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sultan. So now I will move to Asad Rahim. Asad, being a barrister, you are regularly facing the impacts of laws in terms of hearing in the courts. So my question is that, does the current justice system is inclusive in terms of like a mazdoor, rediwala? So if he commits a crime, so how he can afford to go to the court or other thing? And related to this, does the current justice system pro human rights or basic rights? And let me give an example of one of the laws, maintenance of public order, 3 MPO. I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, this law is by itself the violation of the basic human rights. If the judges is releasing an individual or a social or political activist, and again the deputy commissioner will saying, the bureaucrat will saying, no, he or she is a threat to law and order. So I mean, what are your take on these things in terms of the inclusivity of the justice system in Pakistan?
Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to be speaking here for the first time, and it's with great humility that I speak at all, given how distinguished this panel is. To your question, sir, of the justice system, our justice system has been rendered in large parts dysfunctional, if not non-functional. And as a lawyer, it's a strange thing to have to try and extract function from such a system on a day-to-day basis. So there is the macro view and the micro view, and we tend to get lost in the macro, so I'll start with the micro. There are some numbers in terms of access to justice. Lawyers are infamously bad with numbers, so we'll keep it as limited as possible. The vast majority of this country's cases start and stop at the district level. सुर्खियों की वजह से अदालत उज़्मा, अदालत आलिया, हम इन चीज़ों से हट जाते हैं, इसको वो तवज्जो नहीं देते जो कि देनी चाहिए. I'm sorry, I'm switching between languages. 2.2 million cases. So a judicial system in which you have 2.2 million, 80%. Within those 2.2 million cases, if anybody wants to guess how many cases are at the Supreme Court, it's 58,000, which comes to 2%. And our entire legislative machinery over the past few months, the National Assembly, the Senate, the Presidency, have concentrated on an institution that has 2% of the total pendency of our entire system, which then culminated in the 26th Amendment, which we'll focus on in just a few minutes. The vast majority of that vast majority at the district court level has to do with land. So title disputes, whether civil or criminal. And our land system has not been updated since, frankly, the 16th century. So people call it a colonial construct. Actually, no, it's a pre-colonial construct. The colonizer took it over from the Mughals, which is that in the Republic of Pakistan, which is meant to be it's meant to conceptually be a parliamentary democracy, in 2024, you have no system of land title. So land registration is actually just land revenue records. So you go to the Patwari and you say that I want to see who is the owner of this land. He can't tell you. He can tell you which people are in charge of those transactions, but he can't tell you who the definitive owner is, at least for the majority of this country. And this is because for the last 300, 400 years, the sovereign was not interested in who owned the land as long as he was able to extract rents from it. So we then carried on that land revenue system for centuries, even after the land revenue tax was abolished in 1977. So until and unless we fix this salient aspect of our litigation, which informs so much, and on top of this premise in which you don't know who actually owns the land, you have all of these subpar instruments, oral gifts, laws of inheritance, Benami laws. These are tailor-made to increase litigation. So when you have 2 million cases in backlog and you're not doing anything to reform an incredibly archaic land system, the trouble is that the system will remain as dysfunctional as it is right now. The second aspect of this, you mentioned, sir, the individual, and what is the individual's experience. The average person, sir, in our judicial system, and this is also a testament to the language I'm speaking right now, cannot have access unless you start converting our entire legal system to some modicum of Urdu. You see the average plaintiff or the average accused, and they are in the courts, and it's Star Wars. Lawyers, the predations of the police, conceited judges who already have too much backlog in front of them and can't get past it. तो चाहे आप सिविल में दरख्वास्त गुजार हों, फौजदारी की साइड पे मुल्ज़िम हों, या एक जेल में बंद कैदी हों, जब तक आप उर्दू में ये तमाम बातें मुंतकिल नहीं करेंगे, कवानीन मुंतकिल नहीं करेंगे, प्रेसिडेंट मुंतकिल नहीं करेंगे, आप हकीकी तौर पे इस कानूनी निज़ाम में शमूलियत इख्तियार नहीं कर सकते. Now, I know there are certain political aspects to this also. We'll come to that in a bit too. That's the second aspect. The third situation, sir, to do with access to justice is what we are prioritizing right now. And then we can come to this amendment to the Constitution. What we have seen over the last 10 to 15 years as a result of the movement for the restoration of the superior judiciary is that the citizen, there was some belief that this judicial system can give you something. So Asma Jahangir Sahiba says about the Asma Jilani case in the early 70s, which said that the Yahya regime was a regime of usurpation. Sultan Sahib took us through that. took us through that very well. I'd like to come back to it in a second. She said that the courts are not perfect, but the courts give you the hope that they can give you something, which in her case was her father's freedom. So a half century later, I think as a lawyer, it would be intellectually dishonest to say that judicial activism did not take a massive toll. on people's faith in the system. A Chief Justice should not be taking suo moto on samosa prices. A Chief Justice should not be taking suo moto on traffic in Karachi. Even though coming here I thought, this isn't too bad. Having said that, I think the most inapplicable criticism I saw in the run-up to the 26th Amendment was, this is to help judicial independence because the judges are going wrong. The 26th Amendment is a result of what the judges got right, which is decisions to do with, it doesn't matter what your political inclination is, but civilian trials in military courts, reserved seats, elections in 90 days, Islamabad High Court judges writing letters that there is coercion and intervention in what we are doing. All of these judgments came together to signal to the executive that this is the one institution where capture has not been affected as properly as it should have been, and now we need this amendment. Which leads to the fourth aspect of what the problem is. We've already discussed how this has nothing to do with pendency, because why would you be trying to reform 2% of your litigation? And within that 2%, a fraction of a fraction is constitutional cases. It's barely in the hundreds. The first is, what is obvious, the executive now gets to choose the Chief Justice. The executive now gets to choose its own judges. The executive now gets to decide which judges will hear cases in which the government itself has a proprietary interest. And they also get to choose the head of the constitutional bench, which will have all that de facto power. Now, with great respect, and as lawyers and citizens, everyone's skating contempt at all times, the head of the constitutional bench right now is my Lord Justice Aminuddin Sahab. And Justice Aminuddin Sahab is also the only judge who voted for the head of the constitutional bench, my Lord Justice Aminuddin Sahab. Everyone else said, no, it should go to the senior most person. So this is how the executive has created a structured, perverse incentive to attain certain things. And this is no blow to the said judge. If you think about it, just in an incentive system, every 3 years, you have now created a Game of Thrones for judges to signal to the executive that I am pliant, I am malleable, please choose me, please make me either the head of the Constitution bench or the Chief Justice, which is the antithesis of what judicial independence should look like. And this, sir, then comes back to the macro theme. I can't say too much about the macro theme because having followed Adil Saab's work so well and seen the courage with which he has said what he has said over this past year, our major issue ever since Khwaja Nazmuddin Saab was sent home in 1953 is that the core conflict is between people who prefer a constitutional compact and people who prefer to rush in and break things and say that a strong person and a knight on a white horse can come and fix our system and cure us of our afflictions. And the trouble with that is that it works in the immediate term because the people know how to run large organizations. In the long term, it is always, as everyone knows, it's a bit of a cliche, a recipe for disaster. So during the passage of the 1973 Constitution, this is something that Mr. Wali Khan said. He was the leader of the opposition. Again, nothing to do with anyone's politics here. Please feel free to disagree with what he represents. But Wali Khan Sahab had something very interesting to say. So during passage, everybody was giving each other back slaps and applauding. And he said that no, the trouble with Pakistan is not that it's not had a constitution before. We've actually had 6 constitutions before. And when I read it, I thought that can't be right. And then I counted, and Government of India Act 1935, Draft Constitution of 54, Constitution of 56, 62, Interim 72, 73. So he's right, you've had 6. The trouble is that we've not had a culture of constitutionalism. We've not had a culture of abiding by what's actually in the book. So hardcore Latin American dictatorships under Pinochet in Uruguay, etc., have had the most beautiful, most eloquent constitutions you will ever read. But the fact remains that, well, they're not actually adhering to that constitutional compact. So at a macro level, that remains the core tension within this country, that in 2024, our political elites have not been able to decide what that consensus should look like and what that constitutional order should be. And the fear is that with each caretaker dispensation or with each move towards authoritarianism, that same idea comes back, that without a political consensus, we can impose economic stability. And frankly, at least in our system and in our experience, that has never been the case. Without a political settlement, there can be no economic stability because, and this is something that Adil Saab, Sultan Saab have already touched on, that institutional credibility is not there to take you further. Last point, and these are things that Sultan Saab made me think of in terms of how important a constitutional compact is. In the transfer of power documents, you will see that when Mr. Suharwardi puts to Mr. Jinnah via Lord Mountbatten, if he would be all right with the idea of a separate, sovereign, united, independent Bengal, Mr. Jinnah says, I would be delighted. And that is actually in keeping with the language of the Lahore Resolution of 1940, which says states in the plural. It says independent states. We don't like talking about it because we amended it ourselves in 1946. But the hard reality is that Bengal was always meant to be separate from Pakistan. And yet, after independence, there were so many opportunities that a resolute constitutional compact could have saved us from. In 1954, it was the fact that there's a Bengali majority and it should be respected. We imposed emergency rule in East Bengal under Sikandar Mirza. Sultan Saab spoke about the language crisis. In the 1956 constitution, we learned from our mistakes and made Bengali the national language. So all of these are routes that we could have taken, but we ended up not. And in 1970, Sultan Saab has already mentioned what General Yahya Khan said. You can go on YouTube in the AP interview. He says 5 words, and he had a very distinct way of speaking. He says at that press conference, people died, not my fault. So 2 sentences together. So this is what the lack of a constitutional compact has done to us, what it's done to power relations, and what it's done in terms of hollowing out the judicial system. Until this core question is answered, I fear that we will keep on muddling on. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will come to Dr. Laila. Since 2008, we are claiming that we have a democracy. However, international organizations, they claim that it is a hybrid regime, a hybrid system. So how do you see this inconsistency between our theoretical democracy and practical tendencies of surveillance, repression, and control in the current scenario?
Thank you, Dr. Faiz. So I think your question is about why we see apparently contradictory elements exist where we have these complex systems that are democratic, parliament, constitution, etc. And then we also see extremely repressive, very authoritarian. And so, of course, the obvious answer to that is what you just said, that it's a hybrid regime. Within hybrid regime, specifically competitively authoritarianism. So this is a system where the rules exist, the institutions exist, democratic actors exist, political parties exist, but the rules are not consistent. And so they can be changed at any time, they can be manipulated at any time, new actors can enter, etc. So it's defined by uncertainty. So I think that is our straightforward interpretation of why we observe 2 regimes sort of in one. But you know, the important thing about this kind of regime is also an implication that's quite important that we sometimes forget when we're analyzing politics, which is that political action loses meaning in this regime type. The reason is that institutions, as was mentioned, are meant to provide stability, meant to provide information, etc., that makes action predictable. When you have that vacuum where you don't trust the information, or the institutions exist, but they will exist in different forms in different times, you cannot predict the outcome of your political action. And so what you see is you'll have a political party that passes the 13th Amendment, and which is the predecessor of the 18th Amendment, and it will also be a party to the 18th Amendment, and will also be a party to the 26th Amendment. So these are not ideological shifts. These are not, this is not political corruption or ideological corruption. It's responding to what their sense of the context is at that time. And this makes our job as theorists really difficult, because what we empirically observe is political action. So if political action does not have meaning, then how do you interpret this? You know, do you say that these actors are, you know, everyone's just interested in coming into power, and there's like a corrupt, and that's the narrative that we hear. But the one thing that remains constant, and that is extremely important in this form of regime specifically, is time. And I think Dr. Adi also mentioned this, the idea of learning over time. And the only thing that political actors do trust is their own experiences, right? So what does that do to politics? Politics in these regimes tend to become more and more centralist. More and more, they sort of start converging over issues, they start converging over tactics, over strategies, they become de-radicalized. Because what you see is a shift from more radical street politics to electoral politics. Because the one thing that political actors do know is going to happen is elections, good or bad. And so the focus becomes electoral politics. We have seen this happen in Pakistan over time in various forms. I can't help talking a little bit about politics, naming political parties, because I'm a political scientist. So what we see recently with PTI is that PTI's experience is different because it was a relatively new player. In the first round, we saw that their experience with political mobilization was when they were a beneficiary of the system. So it was very different from the second time around when they're an adversary to the system. So other parties, of course, have experienced this and have learned, and any kind of long-term standing or serious contention in politics, their politics has to become less radicalized if they want to survive that political space, right? So it's a constant negotiation between what you call the democratic elements, which are not necessarily democratic because of ideology, but simply because a democratic setup makes their chances of coming into power more likely, and what we call authoritarian elements, which are elements that will not be relevant if we had a more democratic setup. So it's a constant negotiation between these two elements, and that is why you see that you know, there's also moving, there's a very important question of how do we get out of here? Like, is it always going to be this way? Is everything just doomed? Are we going to be more authoritarian? I mean, that's the thing. It's uncertainty. So you see a constant sliding between a little more democracy, a little more authoritarianism, a little more, you know, so it's not, you're not going in one direction or the other, but you are going in one direction for some time, then there's some democratic consolidation, and then it slides back. So post 2008, you mentioned, there was some democratic consensus, some political consensus, apologies, and there was optimism that, okay, now there's going to be elections, etc. 2018, there was a little bit of a slip, and now we see that a lot of space has been conceded to authoritarian actors. But what I want to talk about, I think perhaps in the final part of what I want to say is that when we look at the world around us, so in political science, it's all institutions, 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 right? Then it's really hard to not talk about institutions. But if we see countries like the US, like India, they are consolidated, or they're considered consolidated democracies. What did the electoral outcomes bring for them? So we are seeing this strange kind of politics where a lot of the consolidated democracies in the world are becoming more authoritarian, not because of their institutional setups, or not because they do not have the required political setup in place, but because there are, and I'll just talk a little bit about that, there are shifts within the authoritarian ideology, polarization, a shift away from what we call democratic values, right? So in a very dark, skeptical way, this gives us a little bit of hope. It's not saying that, okay, others are doing worse, so we are not that bad, but it's also putting some new light onto the way that we study democracy or the way that we study regime. And we have stepped away from these ideas, but 3,000 years ago, Aristotle talked about culture and how the regime type was really not the focus, right? It was not the important thing. You could have any regime. What mattered, as was just mentioned, is democratic culture and the way that people live with each other and their understanding as civilians and what it means to be a citizen. For the longest time, the state project, the project of the nation state, right, which is a post-colonial project, likes to tell you that that identity of being a citizen comes to you from the state. The sovereign is going to tell you, the state is going to tell you, right? And that understanding of citizenship is now being shaken because the concept of citizenship is a lived experience. It comes from living with other people. You go through similar experiences together. That is what makes you citizens. So to bring it back in, to come back to your question, I think understanding why where we are right now is not as interesting as thinking about where do we see ourselves within the global context, and how do we see ourselves in the years that follow. So these regimes are notoriously difficult to get rid of. Of course, they keep adapting, and so we don't see Pakistan becoming a democracy anywhere in the future. But what does matter is the interaction, the de-radicalization almost of this polarized form of politics. So I think that is more damaging to a democratic system, as we call it, than an election being rigged or something else happening. So I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you. So now I will start the second round. Each one will have 5 minutes. Dr. Deed, you will have a little bit more time. Yeah, because in the first round you took little time. So you have two recent interesting research papers. One is about the conflict management institution, and your argument is that because of the conflict management institution in the northwestern area, the violence against the state has been are created, and if there were access to politics, access to judiciary, we would not have seen this violence against the state. So I would like that you explain this in the context of current situation in Pakistan. And secondly, your recent research, which is published in the Journal of Democracy, which is very interesting, and you highlighted that a major social shift over the past 2.5 decades has been taken place in Pakistan, where Pakistan military is no longer seen as a guardian, but as an actor with deep economic and political interests. Furthermore, citizens increasingly reject the notion of the military effective governance. So I would like to know the consequences of these changing perceptions of the citizen about the military in the long run on our democracy and on our institution.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll briefly touch on these questions, and perhaps in the Q&A we can talk further about this. I've been working on a paper, in fact, with Faiz Rahman and one of my colleagues at the University of Kent. It's called Frontier Rule and Conflict. And the idea, very much like Sultan, was to get highly fine-grained data on conflict in the tribal districts, the federally administered tribal areas, and compare that conflict incidence across the historical border that divided the frontier districts, the tribal districts, from the settled districts. This distinction goes all the way back to the colonial rule. In fact, Sir Olive Carrow talked about the tide of administration, the line of administration stopping like a tide when you hit the frontier territory. So this was a huge historic discontinuity between the way colonizers ruled their mainstream territories and the buffer zones. And that buffer zone was really the federally administered tribal area, those tribal districts. And we find there's a huge difference in conflict incidents, particularly in the wake of 9/11. And our argument builds on the idea that where you don't have institutions of conflict management, and when we talk about institutions of conflict management, we need to think about not just the judiciary or the courts, which were clearly unavailable in the frontier districts, but also media, access to information, electoral politics. The British pursued a laissez-faire policy of administration in these frontier territories. And in fact, the British were not alone. The French, when they went to Africa, there used to be these frontier areas. They would say, well, it's very difficult to rule these territories. There's a lot more violence. Let's delegate more power to local elites. And so this is a kind of institutional void that is created as a result of it. And what we build on the idea of a political scientist, and I encourage you to read his work, Patchwork States, Adnan Nasimullah, who talks about the way in which people are more likely to oppose the state. People are more likely to take up arms when institutions of conflict management completely fail. There are no channels of communication between the state and the citizens. And what we found in our paper is that this rise in violence, the disproportionate rise in violence in the tribal frontier districts relative to the neighboring settled districts of KP, was triggered by the massive assassination of tribal maliks. So we got access to this data on tribal maliks and their assassination, geocoded data, 10 by 10 kilometer grid cell level data. And what this tells us is that this disruption of frontier rule largely took place through the strategic assassination of these tribal maliks. Now, who were tribal maliks? They were interlocutors. They were the central pillars of this frontier administration. Once they were eliminated, there was hardly any channel of communication with the state. And although much of this work was carried out during the pandemic and after, I realized that this has, this helped me understand what's going on in Pakistan today. Because as Adnan Nasimullah says, sovereignty contesting forms of violence, which is violence against the state, is more likely to arise when all else fails, when all institutionalized channels of communication fail. What we have seen in Pakistan today is really the extension of frontier rule from the tribal districts to the rest of the country. In 2018, we were supposed to have integrated FATA with the rest of KP in Pakistan. But in the last 2 years, we have integrated Pakistan into FATA. Because in a way, FATA is known for collective punishments. This the whole idea of collective punishments, where, if there's any, crime committed by any individual of a tribe, the entire tribe could be susceptible, could be prone to that. So we have now a new model of collective punishment where anybody could be picked up, your family members could be picked up, other individuals, in your clan could be picked up, your businesses could be destroyed. This is the very hallmark of frontier rule. And rather than integrating FATA with Pakistan, we have integrated Pakistan with FATA. Now this has deep implications for society. It has deep implications because if as an individual, you have grievances against the state, and those grievances are not channelized by the media because the media is controlled. It's not channelized through the courts because the courts are controlled. It's not channelized through electoral politics because electoral politics is made dysfunctional. This means that we are assisting sovereignty contesting forms of violence. We are assisting a process where people can take up arms against the state. This is extremely dangerous for the integrity of the state. In fact, a lot of the historical accounts used to suggest that, in the frontier districts, the British administrators, when they went there and observed, they said, well, the state is an alien construct in these territories. Now, if you ask many Pakistanis, urban Pakistanis, the state is increasingly seen as an alien construct
because they cannot negotiate with it. There are no channels of communication. So this is really a call for action. And to be honest, even in Africa, there's huge literature on insurgencies, you know. And I wish that our think tanks, our universities would talk more about that literature on why do insurgencies take place in different parts of the world. And you would, everywhere you would find some kind of political marginalization. In fact, yesterday there was a paper here by Fahim Khan on you know, violence in KP, on radicalization in KP, and talked about this issue as well. So I think we need to understand Pakistan today in terms of the exceptional institutional rule that was set up in frontier areas. And Pakistan today could be understood through the lens of that frontier rule. So that's the first idea. And linked with it is the second paper that you mentioned in the Journal of Democracy. I feel a lot of our discussion in Pakistan becomes too centered around the role of the military, or a few individuals who control the military, and people who are contesting it, Imran Khan at this moment, Nawaz Sharif maybe late, several years back. And so because of their like or dislike of particular personalities, they lose objectivity. I think what is happening in Pakistan is bigger than any of the individuals concerned we have in this. And it's linked with the very idea of what a state is. It's linked with the idea of legitimacy. You need electoral politics, you need courts and judiciary, you need you know, institutions of conflict management to create legitimacy. No right, I mean, whether it's the Ottoman Empire, is the Roman, or any other big imperial system, or is even in a tribe, a tribal chief cannot rule without legitimacy. Because you cannot coerce everyone. You cannot co-opt everyone. You need some legitimacy. What we are seeing today is a massive legitimacy deficit. There's a major crisis of legitimacy today. And that crisis of legitimacy means that what we face today in Pakistan is not just an economic and political crisis. It's a moral crisis too. It's a moral crisis because the you know, individual's relationship with the state is fractured because of this loss of legitimacy, because the way the powerful exercise. I mean, Sultan talked about the late arrival of Yahya Khan. That was certainly one of it. But another thing that was reported in the press, that he was going around in the helicopter looking at all these flooded areas, and he had a can, a beer can in his hand, and he was throwing the beer can on the ground while on the helicopter. I think the idea of dignity of citizens is hugely important. This loss of dignity and loss of legitimacy is a crisis that will exist even beyond Imran Khan. It will exist beyond individuals that would be there. So I think that is the question, and for me, it's very clear. When I was growing up in the 1990s, everybody used to talk about you know, civil-military divide. That there is a, you know, there is a civilian facade, the civilian leaders, and their governments are removed, and there's the military that takes over power. Today, what we have in Pakistan is the state-society relationship is in question. This is a much bigger issue, because the state-society relationship means that the individual's trust in key authority structures is weakening. So it's the breakdown of authority structures, what Atul Kohli would describe as the crisis of governability. So I think some of these questions are important to take into account, and as I argued in the second paper, that a normative shift has taken place in Pakistan, where the military is no longer seen as part of the solution, it's seen as part of the problem. And that normative shift means that individuals on the ground have very different views of what the state is. Unless you address that, it will be very difficult to move forward. So I think we need to think beyond the individual actors involved. We need to think about the larger structural shifts that are taking place. And this involves there's a huge youth bulge. There is a, you know, every 2 and 3 persons is a young person. They have better, you know, communication technologies. There's a growth in the middle class. We are still ruling the way we used to rule in the 1990s. But economic shock, and that would be my final point. You talked about, you know, breakdown of Pakistan, but in general, a lot of literature on breakdown of authoritarian regimes, and I invite you to read Thomas Papansky's work, mostly on Southeast Asia, argues that economic shocks are a big element in the breakdown of these regimes. And so in the last several years, what we've seen is a huge economic breakdown, in particular the way the inflation has been in the 20% range, 25% range. That adds to these grievances. But happy to engage more in that.
Thank you. Sultan, one of your area of research is about judicial reforms and their effects on the judiciary independence and their decisions about in cases where the state is involved. I would like that you discuss about what are the effects of historical judicial reforms on the higher judicial performance, and plus how your results or your analysis is important in the context of the 26th Amendment to the Constitution of Pakistan.
Yeah, before I answer you, Faz, just a small point on Dr. Adil's. Yeah, I purposely didn't mention the beer throwing incident because I didn't want to demonize beer, because I think we have enough Pakistanis doing that already. But point taken. Yeah, so anyways, that was, yeah, but yeah, littering is bad, period. So coming to the question on the 26th Amendment. So yes, so before 26th, so I have a paper called Reform Multiplier, which basically looks at the effect of the 19th Amendment. So actually, even before that, there was the Al-Jihad trust case, and even before that, there was the 3 judges case in India. So I have a paper on the 3 judges cases in India as well, which basically shows that, well, I don't want to go into too much details on that, but in some sense, it increased the independence of judiciary for sure in India, and then Pakistan learned from it and also increased the independence of judiciary somewhat by giving a lot of power to the Chief Justice. But in some sense, the 19th Amendment was always kind of ridiculed that it's given all the powers to the judiciary, but actually the 19th Amendment, which was basically came after the 18th Amendment, that institutionalized the judge selection. It was no longer completely in the control of Chief Justice, at least, although there were many problems. But like Asad also said, judicial activism arose and a lot of things happened. But at the same time, the 26th Amendment, so the paper basically shows that the 19th Amendment increased rulings against the state, especially in cases involving land expropriations. It increased decisions on case merits, and if you get these cases evaluated by pre-19th Amendment judges versus post, you get higher rating on many scales of justice, like due process of law, etc. So relative to what was going before, having a system and panel of judges was an improvement, and what was needed was a further decentralization of power of the Chief Justice, which was already on the cards. But what we did, as Asad has very eloquently put it, is basically things which we got right has been completely dismantled, and we are kind of taken a huge, so in some sense, the paper you are talking about is a case against the 26th Amendment, showing how useful it was, how this exact institutional arrangement. Actually, in the paper, I argue that other countries like Bangladesh needs to learn from the 19th Amendment, because Bangladesh is still similar to us in many ways. We were practically the same country since a few years ago. So that's why I think the 26th Amendment giving all the power to the executive is a very bad idea, and the prediction of this paper would be, like science is about prediction, the prediction of this paper would be that things are going to go really bad after the 26th Amendment unless we do something. and the civil society gets together and kind of disrupts the equilibrium which is taking place there.
Yeah, so on the civil society and bar relationship, then I will come to Asad. I mean, being a lawyer, you already discussed a little bit about the 26th Amendment to the Constitution, but how do you see its long-term effects on the independence of judiciary, sovereignty of parliament, and most importantly, on the long-run legal framework of the overall justice system in Pakistan?
Thank you. The 26th Amendment is an amendment that has sent us back almost 30 years. So we are now where we were before the Al-Jihad case in 1996. Al-Jihad was Ms. Bhutto's appointees to the Lahore High Court were challenged, and the decision was that the Chief Justice will now get the ultimate say in appointing judges. Now there have been starts and stops since then. The 18th Amendment was that major catalyst that said that judges should be appointed mainly by judges with some parliamentary oversight, which was then further limited, as Sultan Sahab said, by the 19th Amendment. The trouble is that the factors that we saw in play in 2007, when there was emergency in General Musharraf and you saw the movement take place, those factors are no longer there right now. The first being the bars. The bars have been, for lack of better expression, co-opted. They have been incorporated into the ruling system through the, well, through the Federal Law Ministry. And the divisions that you see now within those bar associations is that there is no organizing principle in between. So that's the first aspect. The second aspect is that after 9 years of General Musharraf's dictatorship, there was a tenuous consensus between the two major parties, People's Party and Muslim League, that we now need some sort of a new compact. And that compact was the Charter of Democracy. People criticized the Charter of Democracy because Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa suffered greatly under the Charter of Democracy years between 2008 to 2018. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. And that start is an incredibly simple principle, which is that whoever is elected should be allowed to complete 5 years. So no rocket science over and above, get to 5 years and we get to throw you out. Those parties are now very much on the other side, enabling this authoritarian system. How we got there, we should spend time on that also. The third is international recognition. So in 2007, with the war in Afghanistan, amongst other things, there was a far greater focus on Pakistan, whether rightly or wrongly, and a lot of international work being done on democratization and restoration of democracy, Condoleezza Rice brokering political transitions, etc. That appetite is no longer there. Some people blame Ukraine, some people blame the withdrawal from Afghanistan, some people blame the military's changing priorities, etc., etc. Some people blame the Indo-Pacific shift. That is for the IR people. I wouldn't know, it's not my field. But the main point being that that international support or that international interest is not really there either. The fourth aspect is the need for a catalyst in the form of a Chief Justice. Now, Iftikhar Muhammad Chaudhry Sahab was that catalyst in 2007. Rightly or wrongly, there are many people who have serious issues with the legacy that was left behind. In 2023 to 2024, we did not see that happening. We did not see a lawyers' movement focusing on the person of a Chief Justice, largely because those candidates were either purged completely via the 26th Amendment, and the likely candidates did not maybe come forward in the same way that maybe we should hit the streets, maybe we should demonstrate, maybe we should have the bars coalesce around us. So that has been why the 26th Amendment has had initially at least, a slightly smoother reception than the emergency of 2007. Its impact, as we've touched on, is disastrous. And I think it also comes back to the core aspect of saying again and again that we're doing this for pendency. One point that I missed out in the initial round was that if you ask our litigants what the major issue with our justice system is, they always say delay. So former Chief Justice Jawad Khwaja Sahab did a survey, and he found that the average case from institution till disposal in the final forum takes 25 years. So when you have a 25-year lifespan for an average case, that means you need to do things on a war footing. You need to reduce appellate fora. The Practice and Procedure Act created a brand new appeal on top of original jurisdiction within the Supreme Court. So now you have appeals within appeals at the court of final instance. You needed to increase judges at the district level and incentivize the bar of finality at the High Court. Instead, you decided to pack the Supreme Court. So I think those were the major issues with the 26th Amendment. I think the final aspect would be going off on what Adil Saab has said. We are now also seeing a reversal in terms of state priorities. The 25th Amendment was something very close to many hearts. It was something to do with integration. It was a project that was meant to do away with FCR, and I think Laila Sahaba has also focused on this. The fact that we are going from the 18th and the 25th to now the 26th goes to show just how well we're in retrograde right now, so to speak.
Thank you. Dr. Laila, one of your research area is the effects of historical British legal institutions on contemporary political and legal aspects, especially in the context of Pakistan. And in that context, one area is the codification of the legal system, and you are working that it is the codification of the legal system that has created political and legal inequality in the current Pakistan. So I would like to know that how do you relate this in the current situation?
Thank you. So the colonial project was essentially an imperialist project, and so I think political economists always have presented this as extractive economic institutions that then led into political different kinds of political institutions that were extremely part dependent and then stuck around for many, many years. So I think to save time, I'll just speak on just one small thing which may be relevant. So in terms of codification, there have always been laws in India, right, even before the British came. But India operated in a way that was very different than the kind of state that the British perceived. Their understanding of state was very hierarchical, top-down, more importantly, centralized. Whereas in India, there's never been one code of law that applied to all of India. So I think many of us, we are very familiar with this idea. And so they come to India and they think, okay, how are we going to control this huge land? How are we going to control these multiple hierarchies that go all the way back, even before the medieval period, even in the Vedic period, there used to be some idea of property rights, for example. It was not rooted essentially in private property, but it was rooted in patronage, maybe religion. But the main difference between the very liberal idea of property rights and property occupancy, or rights that are rooted in property occupancy, is that under property rights, you need to have actual ownership or legal ownership over property, right? That's how we understand land today, that you own land. If it's agrarian land, for example, you mentioned it, somebody owns that land. But historically, this is not how humans have interacted with land. This form of ownership is very, very new. In fact, if we are rooting it in the Lockean idea of ownership, it's barely a few centuries old, right? Humans have been making these ideas have existed forever. And so what this idea of ownership does is that there are many implications, but say, if I need to give this land to somebody, so you need to have one owner. It is currently, there is a family living on this land. Who becomes the default owner? You can see this happening today also. For example, if you look at displacement, and if people have to be displaced for a development project, the state says, okay, we will give you some compensation, nominate a household member. Who is that member? Is the patriarch of the family, right? So it's this idea of property, ownership, and patriarchy, they are all intertwined. So one would say that patriarchy is almost rooted in the idea of property ownership in this way. So when I talk about codification, it is simply the idea that Britain was able to do in India what they could not do back home. So there were many ambitious reformists who wanted a legal system that was rooted in this utilitarian idea that at that time was very much the new intellectual Kool-Aid, but they were not able to bring about those changes back home. The UK still does not have a codified constitution, but in India they were able to bring about those reforms. And so what we see is that it is true that some of those practices existed before the British came in, but what codification does is it takes away the variances, the variation, the adjustments that those practices go through in the face of contingency, for example. So with agrarian reform, ownership may have existed before. This idea of zamindari or tax collection may have existed before, but it existed in networks of patronage, where it was understood that the land does not actually belong to the person who's collecting the tax. This person would change from time to time. In the Mughal time it was our more modern idea of zamindari. In the Vedic time it was different. In the medieval time it was different. But the land would always belong to a third source. That could be God, that could be the monarch, that could be the state. Your right on that land was very temporary. Right? But once you codify things, you make it into formal law, and you then want to standardize. So now it's not about property occupancy. It's more about, okay, who owns this land? Because I want to tax this land. I'm not interested in who's living on it. I'm only interested in the tax money. So that changes, that increases this disparity between those who actually worked on the land and who actually lived on the land, and those who were collecting taxes or revenue or extracting from those lands. So that is the idea behind codification. I won't take more time on that. I would say one thing though, that we keep talking about the colonial experience, but Pakistan and India both went through, with some differences, relatively similar colonial experiences, but our political trajectories are different. And of course, we have, for the longest time, obsessed over why. Some would say, this thing happened after partition, that thing we attribute it to events. But the colonial project is, again, a project that shapes your interaction as a citizen with the state. And it brings me back to what I had said earlier, that beyond regime type and institutions and what rule exists today and what rule exists tomorrow, the important part really is how citizens view themselves vis-a-vis the state. So now if we look at Pakistan and India, it seems that our formal political journey has been very different for 70 years, but some of the narratives coming out of India now are beginning to sound quite familiar. Right? So you see that those underlying relationships, actually, they have been affected in similar ways. And this is a really interesting area for looking at political institutions, because institutions are not guaranteeing that kind of citizenship experience. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
So now let's open the floor, and please ask one question at a time so that we can get as many questions as possible.
want to ask more than one question. Because first, as a general comment, it's good that economists are thinking about history and reading history, and the institutional economics and things like that, but there are a couple of problems there. The first is that a lot of the way that from north onwards, Asameglu and all, they look at Western institutions, and their case becomes that because these countries did not have Western institutions of a certain type, they have failed to develop. So there's a problem with that as well. Okay, right or wrong, the bigger problem is that if we are stuck in history, we will never move forward. So you can say that if an accident, a historical accident happened, then that means that, you know, you can't fix it. So I think there's a problem there with this, the Robinson and all work. Robinson work and so on and so forth. So this is a general comment, very anachronistic. So the comment to what Sultan said, because there's a problem in your analysis, general analysis, and that is that this question of whether the cyclone, first of all, it's very interesting. Yahya Khan was actually flying back from China at that time, and he didn't want to, he said, I'm not stopping in Dhaka, I'm going back, but somebody said you should stop in Dhaka, there's been a cyclone, so he happened to stop there. But this question of, you know, what's the counterfactual? In the sense that had the cyclone not happened, what would have happened? You know, that's something that you don't say this, to be fair, but was this causative? In my opinion, it wasn't. Now, you can't answer a counterfactual, but what I'm more interested in is the last slide that you showed. In that you showed that you quoted a scholar who said a climate crisis is often a revealed social crisis. So when the floods in 2010 happened in Pakistan, I read about 24 papers by white scholars, especially in Pakistani diaspora, sitting outside saying everything is going to change now. That was bullshit, right? This does not happen like this. Or the earthquake, which is, you know, a bigger disaster. So I think this assumption that a climate event can bring about a revolution or not, you know, is exaggerated. The last point I have is regarding what Asad said, and I'm using my privilege as executive director, so please, please allow me to do that. You said something very interesting which links to what Adil has been talking about as well. You said it seems that everybody's been co-opted when we talk about the legal community. The bars has been co-opted. You know, you said there's an enabling authoritarian system. These are terms that you used, and then you mentioned the name of that the Chief Justice of, I think, the Constitutional Court, who decided that he's the Chief Justice, and it's his authority to decide who the Chief Justice is, and it so happens it's him. So, are you saying that the entire system of civic rights, civil society, political rights is now being completely co-opted by the state? Because, I mean, the examples that you're giving are that everybody has been co-opted. So is the state suddenly so strong that it has taken over from the 26th amendment to bars not being effective, to civil society now, you know, not at all they do is they're on Twitter if it works, which usually doesn't, fortunately. But, you know, and so I get the scenario which is very different. My own understanding is that actually the state has collapsed, and the military is actually in retreat. It's not winning. It's actually completely screwed for lots of good reasons. So anyway, I just wanted to ask you. Sorry for taking it. It's my privilege that I miss you.
So first of all, first of all, you are absolutely right about it. Actually, having like just 10 minutes, it's very difficult to really do justice to a paper. I've been careful with my selection of words. I didn't say like the cyclone created Bangladesh. I said the cyclone amplified the pre-existing grievances. So in some sense, it just, and the way I think about it, and actually there are several pieces of evidence which is consistent with what you are saying and what I deeply believe in. The statistical evidence is consistent with that, is that, for example, places, jute producing areas, cyclone had a larger effect there because crops were destroyed. So there was an economic grievance element in it too. There was also a political element. So if you look at the United Front or the Awami League voting in 1954, those are the places where the cyclone had the largest effect. So in some sense, it's like it was kind of piggybacking on pre-existing political, economic, cultural grievances. So cyclone just basically created a focal point. The same focal point I think we can think of in the lawyers movement, the guy, the constable thrashing the Chief Justice Iftikhar Chaudhary and the picture all over. It created a focal point for people to mobilize. So that kind of focal point, I think, might be missing today. And when that focal point is created, I think there is a potential for the civil society to organize. And you are right, it's not that the civil society has gone dead. It's just that it's this focal point which the cyclone provided and which other revolutions are provided, which might change stuff.
So, ye ki ji, everybody has been co-opted. Yes, the bar leaders have certainly been co-opted, but my broad reading is very much in agreement with yours, sir, which is that what we are seeing is not a sign of strength, it is very much a sign of fundamental shifts that are now taking place. Something like the BYC in Balochistan could not have been imagined just a few years ago. Middle class, females at the fore, female representation at the fore, and language that is, I think, incredibly empathy-inducing in Punjab. So places that in a post-colonial construct were considered very dismissively as the heartland versus the peripheries, that narrative is now becoming unified across all of these places. So on that we are completely agreed. Where, sir, if you allow me, I don't think they're dead. I don't think they're on Twitter. I think they're around. I think some are here. Civil society has, Mazrat ke saath, missed a beat. It's missed a massive beat, and it's understandable. Because when you have a populist, ragey third party saying liberal fascists and West toxified liberals and so on, and you've been beating them up for the 3 years you were around, and you were calling them NGO babies and saying that they were part of a foreign conspiracy, just as human beings, it is difficult to turn around and say, oh, we should now support you now that you're on the receiving end. But that has also been the trouble with the post-COD system that we've seen. And again, I'll take liberties here because I am reducing a lot of political science to a few sentences, and I wouldn't want to be accused of reductionism. Post-Charter of Democracy, the period between 2008 to 2013, People's Party, up to I think 4, People's Party 4 and COD 1, the main statement was, hum chala rahe hain. 2013 to 18, even with Panama and everything else, it was again under Mia Saab, hum chala rahe hain. Ye log hain, lekin hum chala rahe hain. And Philip Oldenburg and Catherine Edeni have done work on this, in which they called the hybrid regime the Mia Saab dispensation and the Shahid Khakan Abbasi Saab dispensation, not Imran Khan. So that word was there, but it hadn't, hadn't come into the popular narrative. When the PTI came in 2018, the narrative changed from hum chala rahe hain to hum saath chala rahe hain, or hum inke saath chala rahe hain, or same page hai, or wohi safa hai, or this is a political reality and it's good that we're here, or kar lete hain. Post 2022, in a, I must say, a ridiculous vote of no confidence move, uske baad, what we are now seeing is chala ho rahe hain. So we have gone from every single transition from 2008 to 18, 18 to 22, and now 22 to 24. And I feel that civil society, the function of civil society is not to inform government. It is not to advise government. The function of civil society is to set a reform agenda. And unfortunately, over the past 2 years, I feel that by the time they realized that this populist party has been vanquished and they've been jailed and they've been suppressed and serves them right, it was much too late. And now the boot was on, figuratively speaking, on every neck now. So I feel that they skipped a beat. I feel that if they had been slightly more vigilant in the beginning, we might not have been here. But my hope, and I think everyone's expectation from them, remains as profound as it was in the beginning. So civil society remains that hope, and may we all play our role.
In continuation to the question of our Honorable Dr. Akbar Zaidi Saab, I will ask a question, और मैं अल्लामा इकबाल साहब का सहारा लूँगा. इस कातिल से भी, मकतूल से हमदर्दी भी, ये बता किससे मोहब्बत की जज़ा मांगेगा. सजदा खालिक को इब्लीस से याराना भी, ये बता हश्र में किससे अकीदत की सिला मांगेगा. इधर यू कैन मिस्टर सुल्तान महमूद यू कैन आंसर, और ब्रदर असद रहीम, इट्स अप टू यू. थैंक यू.
Not to this question, but actually the question that Akbar Saab raised before. But maybe you could respond first to this and then
Sir, I think the trouble is, और बिल्कुल आप ठीक तो कह रहे हैं, मैं अब बहुत ही बुरी तरह तर्जुमा करूँगा एक और उनके एक बात का, जिसमें उन्होंने यही कहा कि जो आदमी कमज़ोर है वो मौत के ही मुतरादिफ है. सो टू ट्रांसलेट, वीकनेस इज़ प्रोवोकेटिव. सो हमने जो पिछले कुछ साल देखा वो यही था कि अगर ये सोशल कॉम्पैक्ट इसी तरह महदूद से महदूद होता जाएगा तो शायद हम उससे बच जाएंगे, बच हम नहीं सके. So very brief answer to your much more profound question.
Can I ask a question? Okay, so my name is Fahim and I teach at the University of Peshawar. My question is from Sultan Mahmood Sahib. Sir, you have shown us a very super interesting data that basically connects that natural shocks but no relief increased insurgency in eastern Pakistan. Currently, Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province is experiencing both natural shocks such as floods and kind of earthquakes, as well as man-made shocks like terrorism, displacement, and military operations. And we also see the emergence of an ethnic movement called as the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement. So is it just a coincidence, or this is kind of a parallel to what happened in the East Pakistan? And building on that, do we expect the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement to turn into kind of an insurgency? And a short question from Asad Rahim Khan Sahib as well. This question is about the legitimacy of violence. So the Pakistani state has the legitimacy of violence because of a political process. But in 1971, the guy ruling East Pakistan did not come through a political process. So was the operation launched by the Pakistani military a legitimate violence? And what about the insurgency movement by the East Pakistanis and the current Baloch insurgency? So these two are my questions. If you can respond, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these questions. Very, very relevant. Maybe I'll first take the Baloch questions and leave the more difficult Pashtun Tahaffuz movement questions to Asad. But no, I will try to answer both. But so I think the parallels, of course, are very stark from what happened in East Pakistan and especially what's happening in Balochistan. So actually you can read the historical accounts and change few words and you will not know whether you're reading about Balochistan or East Pakistan. So for example, if you remove the word jute, ये रस्सी बनाने के लिए इस्तेमाल उधर होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा ईस्ट पाकिस्तान में बनता था और वो सारा जो है ना वेस्ट पाकिस्तान में चला जाता था. वो आप सुई कह दें उसे. तो बड़ा कुछ जो है ना क्लियर हो जाएगा कि कितना सिमिलर है. एंड सो द थिंग इज दैट दीज थिंग्स आर एक्सट्रीमली डेंजरस फॉर people like us who wants to have a cohesive, independent, prosperous country. So there are many things the Baloch insurgency, not just about the climate shocks, like a large climate shock. There are conditions, a lot of conditions which we see in East Pakistan are there. So we really have to be a responsible and responsive state if we want to take action. Now, Pashtun Tahaffuz movement, I'm not sure their leadership, etc., is really non-violent, but sometimes, and I think it's also what Adil Saab made the point, it's bigger than Imran, and it's bigger than these issues, these principles are much bigger than him, and I don't even think it's in the leadership's control. For example, I think if tomorrow Imran Khan says, okay, fine, I Pak Fauj Zindabad, you wouldn't kind of, they are not going to just, the people who are supporting him are not going to say, oh, okay, now I understand Pak Fauj Zindabad as well. This is not going to work like that. So the whole generation and the social contract which has been broken, like as written in the paper of Journal of Democracy, actually I read it yesterday night, it's like there is this normative shift in the minds of people. Now, if the leadership are just the conduits to express them, and this is why you have the Maharang Balochis and all these people rising up, because of this normative shift in the thinking of people. In other words, digital terrorism.
Sir, if you read Ehsan Butt's States and Securitization kitab hai, isi mawzu pe, if you look at it very theoretically and with a great deal of, maybe some would call it cynicism, states fight the most vicious and the bloodiest when there is a fear that their borders are changing. So in 1971, that is what Ehsan's theory was also, that when confronted with imminent change of borders, imminent loss of territory, then we saw what we saw in terms of the atrocities in the Eastern Theater. I believe, even from a conceptual standpoint, that yes, states should have monopoly over violence. That is the first aspect to any system of law and order. But in terms of how we got there in 1971, I think that is the major issue. How we got to Balochistan in 2006, that is the major issue. Sui ki baat hui, Sui was given to Baloch towns for the first time in 1984. So that is a breakdown of the social compact between state and citizen, that you are doing this after 4 decades. So Balochistan is again, we complicate things that have very simple solutions. Balochistan is a question of representation. The parliament there is not considered legitimate. Its representatives are not considered legitimate. They are considered being driven by some other entity. After the 18th Amendment, you put in an article in the Constitution that said a specific percentage of resources now has to go to the provinces. The NFC award, you changed it so that it wasn't just a population metric, it was also inverse population density, meaning how far spread out you are, you deserve to get more funds. That was again supposed to help provinces like Balochistan. Balochistan especially benefited from aspects like that. But when you complement legislative strategies like that with the policy on the ground, which is that you are enacting a police state where, as Adil Saab mentioned, there is now no channel of communication, where the bureaucracy has to work 24/7 just to ensure that your flag is waving up in the on government buildings. That goes to tell you that structural, people say structural reforms, it's really a horrible thing to say at panel discussions. They say we want to reform the reforms and raise awareness about the awareness, and it doesn't actually mean anything. But in Balochistan, there needs to be a sea change vis-a-vis how you are actually treating this province, and it just comes down to a question of legitimacy. People who get the vote should go there. The Pashtun Tahaffuz movement, I feel, is an outcome of what we saw over the last 10, 11 years. It did not arise out of nowhere in 2018. So very many friends of mine in Lahore, when Operation Zarb-e-Azab happened, they put those ribbons on, green and white ribbons. They said this was a very good thing. And there were government studies, also non-government studies, that showed that civilian casualties from terror attacks went down by 80%. as a result of kinetic operations. But when we say things like kinetic operations, surgery must follow said operations. And you have created a system over there where a place that was used as a testing ground for many decades, PTM demands are actually very, very, I feel, easy to meet. That you remove barriers, you ensure, as Adil Saab said, you ensure human dignity, you demilitarize. We demilitarized North Waziristan for the first time in 1947 under Governor General Quaid-e-Azam. So all of these things are possible. The attitude towards these places, I think, needs to fundamentally change.
I'd just like to add briefly to this one a question by Dr. Akbar Zaidi about the conceptualization of institutions, and I completely agree with you that Acemoglu and Robinson's original paper provided a very Western-centric sort of conceptualization to it. But I think the real contribution of Acemoglu Robinson was not that particular paper on which we now have excellent critiques, especially after the Nobel Prize was given to Acemoglu Robinson, but also that they opened the door for history and become more respectable in mainstream economics. And so there are all sorts of explanations that are coming around. Now, of course, history matters, but there shouldn't be historical overdetermination that everything that happened in history explains. But history is important in the sense that we have path-dependent structures. You know, the way we defined, as Lala argued, you know, our legal system, or the way in which frontier rule was designed. There are important continuities, and so for social scientists it's also very important to understand those patterns of continuity. But as Acemoglu and Robinson highlight, explain continuity in the midst of change. And one of these more powerful notion is the distinction between de facto and de jure power. You know, who owns economic and political power? How is power distributed in a society? And that links up with what Asad has argued. A lot of the question of political representation becomes important and is postponed because of distributive reasons. If today you have real sort of political representation in the peripheries, it will have impact on how economic resources are distributed. And I feel sometimes that we are now entering into a zone in Pakistan where distributive conflict is going to intensify because external rents are shrinking. And the more conflict arises over the distribution of resources, the more important politics becomes, because that's how you really mediate that conflict. Two final points I want to make. I think in this discussion, I realize there are a lot of students sitting, and we need to think about how we can understand Pakistan through the lens of objective social science. So there's a really interesting book by Mankell Olson, and he talks about the collective action logic of the state. And the collective action logic of the state is very simple to understand. It's to argue that the state is basically an apparatus in the hands of the elites. So the state can really serve, it can protect, like the bureaucracy, but it can also be a hindrance, right? And so that's where the real question arises. How do you constrain the state? So a lot of this legal discussion, Asad, that you were leading, is essentially giving us an indication that the power groups in this country don't want constraint. It's all a move towards, how do you really postpone, delay, or maybe, remove any possible constraints that could arise for the use of power. But I think one question that I'd like to finish this comment on is that as a social scientist, it's very clear to me that we are walking in a direction where there is either the elite gives some concessions, or we are going towards conflict, civil war, different types of social disorder, either very large scale, like a full-blown insurgency in different places, or scattered forms of violence that we have also seen in Karachi. So for an ethnically diverse society, there is no other way but to create some kind of political arrangement, some kind of political settlement. And I think we have absolute clarity on this, that if we want to protect this state, we have to have constraints on the powerful. We need to have a governing political arrangement that creates institutions of conflict management, that allows different parties to come together and negotiate their differences. If not, no form of economic strength or military strength is going to save this state. That's the question that we need to have absolute clarity. And there is immense social science evidence from developing countries, huge ethnic diversity in the absence of any institutions of conflict management, in particular electoral politics, constraints on the powerful, is a recipe for disaster.
Thank you. We are out of time. So join me to thank you, the panelists, and as well as thank you to the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Faiz and our honorable panelists for such an insightful and a thought-provoking session. Okay, now I would like to call Dr. Lubna Nas, Director, Center for Business and Economic Research, to present souvenirs to our respected moderator and our panelists. Dr. Lubna Nas, please. Please, Dr. Faiz, come on the stage. Yeah. So, Sultan Mahmood. So, Adil Malik. So, Asad Rahim Khan. Ma'am Laila Suhail.
अच्छा, जितने भी panelists हैं, they will be around in IBA, especially for students. If you have any question, if you want to discuss about the institution, laws, development, or any other aspects of research, तो आप इनके साथ contact कर सकते हैं.
Our next session is moderated by Dr. Asma Haider. That will be started by 2 p.m. And now I invite everyone in the auditorium for lunch at the Student Center. The students with maroon lanyards will guide you at the designated area. Kindly return back by 2 p.m. for the smooth and timely resumption of the conference. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to start this session because we are getting late, and then there is another session after this. This session, the title of the session is Behavioral Insight. Before I talk about it, I would like to introduce my guest. So we are very lucky today. We have Dr. Shehjar Ganuri with us. He came from UK only for this talk and to attend the conference. So thank you very much, Shehjar, coming here. Dr. Shehjar Ganuri is a renowned development economist, and he is a professor at University of East Anglia. He teaches behavioral economics and development economics. He authored many papers, many books, and especially his contribution in public policy are very significant. He authored many books on and did many projects in Africa, in Philippines, Indonesia, and also in USA. And those experiments helped a lot to design the public policy in a very meaningful way. So today we will learn from him about the projects and especially the contribution of behavioral economics while designing the public policy. Thank you very much, Dr. Shehjar, being with us today. So I would, first of all, I would like to start about the understanding of this discipline, how this branch of economics evolved, and now we all know that it's a very popular discipline as well, especially after the Nobel Prize 2 years back, which was gone to Abhijit and his colleagues. So my question is also about that when we are teaching the conventional, and we were discussing a while ago as well, when we are teaching and we are working with conventional economics and we are talking about whenever we are making a decision, especially, we are relying on certain assumptions, and especially the first one is rationality. And then we try to optimize whether we are making a decision at individual level or household level or societal level. We are optimizing certain, functions, but how behavioral economics is different from that. So tell us about it.
Hello? Okay. Chale, thank you very much first of all, thank you very much for having me and for inviting me to the conference. I really think this is a great initiative, and I'm going to talk a little bit about history. So before I start, I'll also talk about the history of IBA and its role in behavioral economics and experimental economics, particularly in Pakistan. Because I claim, anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but the first lab experiments in economics were run in IBA labs back in 2008, which were part of my dissertation. They required a lot of convincing to people here in the administration. It took a lot of time, but I persevered. I sat outside many offices. So I'm really pleased to be back here. I've also taught experimental economics here at IBA, and I know that the IBA has produced PhD students that work in this field as well. Your student, in fact. So I'm really honored and thrilled to be here. So the history of it is quite interesting. I mean, now behavioral economics has essentially become mainstream. There's a quote by a very prominent economist who said, "We're all behavioral economists now." And that's because behavioral economics, even though it's been around since, the 60s, I mean, that's really where the genesis of experimental / behavioral economics sort of began. It took a long time to make its inroads within the discipline of economics. So let me just quickly start by telling you, in a very simple way, what's happening with it, and then I'll give a little bit of a history about it as well. So a lot of our work within economics historically has relied on neoclassical models, and underpinning them is a model of the rational actor, who's our representative agent. He's the person that makes decisions, and their decisions are based on unlimited information, they're based on unlimited processing, and the ability to find a global optima. And behavioral economics sort of challenges that assumption by using sort of empirical science and actually experimentation, which is common in psychology, to demonstrate that it's actually not, like, people might be optimizing, but it's based on a limited set of information, it's based on a limited set ability to process information. And so in fact what we might be assuming as global optima is more likely to be local optima, because the decision making is constrained. And so now behavioral economics has sort of codified this. So in 2009, sorry, not 2009, Richard Thaler won the Nobel Prize, I think it was in 2013. But when one of his contributions, I mean, he's made many contributions, but one of his contributions was actually sort of cataloging how behavioral economics deviates from the rational actor model. And he basically talks about 3 main areas where agents are different from the assumption of full rationality. First, and this is attributed to Herbert Simon from back in the 70s, that agents are boundedly rational, meaning that they have limited processing power and they have limited information on which they make decisions. The second is that agents have bounded self-control, meaning that we overweight rewards that are immediately available and underweight rewards that come later. Impatience, basically, that agents are very, very impatient. And the third aspect is of bounded self-interest, that we care about people around us, we have family, friends, we do things for them, they do things for us, and so we engage in these sorts of transactions all the time. Now, people talk about how Adam Smith, this idea of rationality in economics can be traced back to Adam Smith, and people talk about Adam Smith's quotes of the baker baking goods from his own self-interest, not because he wants to help society, but because he wants to sell it and make money and so on. And that's coming from The Wealth of Nations. And The Wealth of Nations actually talks about behavior in markets, which in economics we've mathematized, and we've built beautiful models out of those with really, really sharp predictions, influenced policymakers all over the world. But Adam Smith wrote another book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments earlier in his career. So Wealth of Nations came after. This was 1774. 1759 is when Theory of Moral Sentiments happens. And if you read Theory of Moral Sentiments, one recurring theme within that is this idea of sympathy, that we are able to put ourselves in other people's shoes and think like they think and react to them and develop the emotions that other people have and respond to those emotions. And so the idea behind Theory of Moral Sentiments was that that's behavior in non-market settings. In other words, we're interacting with family and friends maybe very differently, or in social settings, or with our elders, or with leaders in very, very different ways than when we operate in purely market-based or transactional type settings. And so but economics also made predictions and guided lots of policy for market-based situations. But of course, thanks to the work of Gary Becker and other people, Chicago school people actually, has started making inroads into social policy, social protection, education, health, you name it, where a lot of behavior is actually behavior that's occurring in non-market settings. And so a more nuanced model of human behavior might be more useful here. But there's historically been resistance to this idea because it's not mathematically as intractable. Modeling behavior is it can become very complex very easily. And so for a long time, even though, I'm attributing this to Adam Smith, right? So we've known that this exists, right? We know that human behavior exists, and we've never really been ignorant to it, but we've assumed it away for lots of reasons, right? To help us with our models, to make sharper predictions, and so on. But nowadays, thanks to the work of experimental economists and behavioral economists, these models are actually coming, or our models are being adapted to include ideas of behavioral economics in there. And Usme, would you like me to just go into the history a little bit, or shall we stop? Shall I stop now? Okay. Yes. I'll just quickly tell you a little brief history about where this came from. So there's a Harvard professor called Edward Chamberlain who used to make his students participate in lab markets. So he would set up a market in a classroom where he would say, okay, you guys are buyers and you guys are sellers, and here's some material that you want to exchange, and here's some money, and you do the exchange. And the intention for him was to show that actually markets didn't clear. So that's what he would do to demonstrate this. One of his students was a guy called Vernon Smith. Vernon Smith is still with us. He's essentially billed as the first experimental economist. So when he started, he took up his teaching position in Arizona. He took Chamberlain's experiment but modified it to and incentivized it. So he put real money at stake, and he changed a few rules. And guess what? His intention was to show that markets didn't clear, but the markets cleared perfectly. He was able to make predictions about quantity and price, and they were on the money, so he repeated it. The predictions held. He repeated it again, the predictions held. Then he changed the number of buyers, he changed the number of sellers, he changed the market power of buyers, he changed the market power of sellers. All of those things, and the predictions always held. And so there, he wrote this paper up, and this paper is his 1968 paper, an experimental tests of markets in the Journal of Political Economy. That led to his Nobel Prize, but it also led to the mainstreaming of experimental science or experimental methods in economics. On the other side was a guy called Daniel Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky are these two psychologists, and they are interested, they're coming from a psychology tradition, so they're running experiments, they've always run experiments, and they got interested in decision making under uncertainty, like how people make decisions under uncertain conditions, trying to resolve certain paradoxes, like a famous Allais paradox that many of you will know about. And so they put people under lab conditions, and they found that people conform to these paradoxes. And so Amos Tversky, actually, not Danny Kahneman, Amos Tversky was a modeler. And so he wrote down a model and adapted, at that time, expected utility theory into what's now known as prospect theory. That paper got published and became very famous as well. Now that's happening a few years later. This is happening around 1970, 71, and so on. So it became a more realistic and empirically driven model of decision making under uncertainty, coming from the psychologists, but speaking in the language of economists. That's important, right? They're able to adapt our economic models and are able to show that the assumption of rationality is not necessarily needed. You can make small modifications, and you can have better explanations of how human beings make decisions. Those two people together, they fight the battle. They're marginalized for many, many years, but they still create their own sort of groups. So there's a group of experimental economists, there are groups of behavioral economists. And then in 2003, they both win the Nobel Prize. That was not a mistake. They were jointly given the prize because mainstream economists lumped experimental and behavioral economics together. And lots of times when I teach my course, I lump them together as well. I shouldn't do that. It's not fair. Those are distinct things, but anyway. And so that's where the experimental tradition coupled with the adaptation to models came from, and the original sort of behavioral challenges came from. Also not entirely new, Herbert Simon in 1973 had introduced the concept of bounded rationality. So that was already another inroad that was being made. But it gathered popularity in 2003. Then after that, Richard Thaler won the Nobel Prize. Jean Tirole also has some behavioral work. He also won a Nobel Prize, maybe less for that side of things. There's other people that count as behavioral economists. Douglas North, we were talking about institutions earlier. Behavioral economists also consider Douglas North to be one of us, them, because he had a very empirical understanding of how institutions are built. He studied institutions. Eleanor Ostrom, the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, not an economist, a political scientist. She also won because she was able to adapt models of governance based on experimentation and understanding villager behavior. And then Richard Thaler, of course, has been instrumental in bringing behavioral economics and choice architecture into public policy, Banerjee and Duflo more recently. So it's now become much more common. But I've lived through a period when it was not, and people were very anti this. I'll stop there.
Very interesting. So this is how thank you very much for explaining, and I'm sure there are many students as well, and it's very informative for us as well, that how the theories and ideas evolved over the years, and then definitely for some time there is a competition, and then finally people start accepting it. But one question, again, coming back to the behavioral economics. So my question is about incentives. So you mentioned the Chicago School, and yes, definitely Gary Becker, and along with his colleagues and students, there are many papers on the human behaviors and on social issues, but the incentives are more economic in nature, and the things come from economic explanations. But the Daniel Kahneman's work, especially the prospect theory, which was published in Econometric, and even that paper, so they talk from a different lens. So how the incentives, so what is your take on that, the way the incentives are designed, how it is different when we are considering the behavioral side, and we are coming from the behavioral economic side?
Thank you. Yeah, so well, that's one of my areas of research, actually, and I really particularly enjoy it. It's essentially leaning on theories of motivation from psychology. So if you look at economics, so let me start with economics. So in economics, we make this distinction between, we'll say incentives. By incentives, typically what we're meaning is extrinsic incentives, meaning money or punishment or rewards or something along those lines, something that changes the material composition of your agents. At the same time, everything else we label under intrinsic incentives. They're saying, look, whatever is not monetized, that is intrinsic. You like your job, that's intrinsic motivation. You like the mission of the organization, that's intrinsic motivation, and so on. Psychologists are different in their approach. So in psychology, and one of the theories that's my favorite is self-determination theory by Dacey and Ryan, but there's others as well. We talk about different layers of motivation, and intrinsic motivation to them is one very narrow thing, which is task-based, that you are motivated because you like what you're doing, the actual task. But then there's other aspects like social motivation. We understand those as social norms. We call that social norms. There's mission motivation, which, working for government, working for a mission, that's another aspect of motivation. That's part of my work. There's, of course, and extrinsic incentives as well, pay, rewards. But there's also status-based motivation, right? Rewards, awards, those are all motivating factors. And they're all incentives. And we have an understanding of how these incentives operate. We know that they all matter. We know that money matters. Money is the most reliable one, in fact. But that's because for a lot of the population, money is the most, the least abundant resource. So then there's other things that you might find that are more in abundance and so on, but all of these motivating factors exhibit diminishing returns, and they interact with each other in interesting and usually they're unpredictable ways. So what that means is that if somebody is, if you are salaried for whatever your salary is, if I double your salary, a model might predict that you'll double your effort. But in fact, we all know that that's not going to happen. Most likely, there's diminishing returns, so it won't be a doubling, but maybe a small impact. And in fact, when you look at some of the work by John List, who is Chicago School, a famous, very famous field experimentalist, he'll show that there's decay over time, that there's an increase in effort in the beginning, and then eventually it dies down into nothing. And so there's still the way that we incentivize individuals to do things that we want is still very, very contentious and needs to be tested to get the desired effect. Now, historically, it's always been the case that we think, oh, well, if you want people to do something, give them money to do it, or punish them for doing not doing it, or something like that, where the idea is just to tax behavior. But that's not necessarily the most effective strategy. There's other strategies that could be far more effective, and we've got a lot of developing country in particular experience that shows that that's indeed the case, that people are motivated by status, people are motivated by recognition, people are motivated by missions of the organization. It's basically a resource that they would find scarce. That's the thing that they're most motivated by. It's not always money.
Yeah, now coming toward the public policy, and you have done a lot, and many of your papers are basically an attempt to understand the phenomena to make a certain policy, whether it's health or in education or even otherwise. So if you share some of your experiments with us, that how they help, especially the one in the health sector that you did, and it helped to design a policy for Africa. So if you just share those things, that how they help that, and can we replicate those things in other developing world, or what is your take on that?
Great, thank you, Asma. I think I'll give you a quick story, so and lead up to that paper. This is the paper in Burkina Faso with health workers. That's still unpublished, by the way, but I'll tell you the policy implications of that paper in a second. The paper came about, so my first job after my PhD was at the World Bank. I thought that the World Bank was very much interested in behavioral economics back then. They were not. They were actually quite hostile to behavioral economics, and I was one of 2 behavioral economists in the research department. They hated us. They put us in the macro and growth team, and I'll never forgive the World Bank for doing that. But they're a sponsor, so thank you. Yeah, they're a sponsor, so I love you very much. But yes, let's applaud the World Bank. So but one of the things that I found challenging in my work is trying to convince people of moving away from some of these neoclassical ideas. Luckily, Kaushik Basu became the chief economist during my time, and Kaushik Basu is not a behavioral economist in the traditional sense, but he's just a brilliant, widely read, great thinker. And so Kaushik commissioned a report, which was the World Development Report 2015 on behavioral economics and development, which I co-authored, that led to the introduction of a behavioral insights team at the World Bank, and now it's been mainstreamed all over the world. So that was quite instrumental. But one of the projects that we started working on was in Burkina Faso. The Ministry of Health at Burkina Faso said, we have a problem. We need to improve service delivery for poor patients. And so what was happening was, and this is still everywhere, and Pakistan is no different, but even in places with free healthcare, like the UK, it happens like this, that if you're poor, you're going to die faster, you're going to be more sicker, you're going to have more things that are wrong with you, and your healthcare burden is going to be higher. And that's just a fact everywhere around the world. Burkina Faso was particularly acute, and so they said, well, we need to design physician incentives to try and incorporate or change this. Burkina Faso had a health system that was very similar to what we see in Pakistan. There's small clinics all over the country. They charge small nominal fees for patients. Whoever can afford it gets seen. Whoever can't afford it gets treated as charity. Basically, that's the idea. Very similar to our structure. So they were interested in introducing a health card. So they said, look, we'll take a health card, and based on a proxy means test, we'll figure out who's requires support, and then they'll get free health care. So we'll pay their fees. And so we said, okay, we don't know if that's going to be effective, because any doctor will tell you that treating poor patients takes more resources from doctors. It takes more time, and that's not something that you necessarily think about as an economist, but it's only after interviewing doctors do we realize that there's an additional burden that they will talk about that doesn't get accounted for. So we ran a lab experiment to test this idea, and in fact, the doctors were exactly right, that you had to incentivize poor people, and then poor people would get treated, fine. But the more money you put on towards supporting the poor people, the less poor people were seen, because there's still these effort costs that needed to be compensated for. And it turns out that if you just remove the fee system entirely and pay people a flat salary, unconditional salary, they'll see just as many poor patients as if you were paying the fees for the poor. So the idea from the Ministry of Health, they took the lab experiment. So we did a lab experiment with actual physicians. We worked with film directors to simulate poor cases, non-poor cases. It was a very long project. Well, long in terms of the amount of research that we needed to do beforehand. We presented the results to the Ministry of Finance, and immediately, so like within 4 months, they announced free healthcare across the country on the back of that lab experiment. So this has happened in 2016, and since 2016, Burkina Faso has a free healthcare system, even though Burkina Faso, by the way, is one of the poorest countries in the world, and now you're starting to see health outcomes for the poor increase dramatically as a result of that. Well, I shouldn't say as a result of that, because I haven't done the evaluation. I think there's other papers out there, and I don't know that research all that well. But that's an example of a lab experiment that returned a quick response, which was much more faster than a randomized control trial would have been able to do, captured the essence of the problem and provided insights that were actionable for policymakers. And so, as somebody who works in the lab, I often tell people, there's a sort of lazy thinking that we've developed, that it's only a field experiment that'll give us the answer, or it's only this experiment, or it's some vibes from somebody or some theoretical model. That's not true. There's a plethora of different options in terms of research that are available, and that are equally rigorous, if not more so. And so policy making is a rapid process. Lots of times, particularly in developing countries, policymakers will say, look, we need answers now. We can't wait 2 years for your RCT or whatever it is. Well, there's things that we can do, lab experiments that we can do that will return an answer within a month rather than 2-3 years and so on. And those lead to actionable insights as well. So from that perspective, using these methods and using behavioral methods to try and incorporate or answer these important policy questions is something that's now sort of mainstream. Lots and lots of, and in the West in particular, that happens a lot. In the East, we tend to have lots more field experiments that are happening. There's lots of political economy reasons for that, but there's a menu of things that are out there, and it's important to know what they are.
So, Shehjar, so this explanation also leading toward that how people make the decisions. And so once we were doing a research on how household make a decision during the difficult times, and along with few of my colleagues, we studied one of the villages in few villages in Punjab, and we saw that we studied their decision-making behavior, and we were actually looking into the women participation in the household decision-making process. And it was completely different during the time of floods. So when there is a crisis, the decision-making process is a completely different process. So I was just wondering that you also wrote a book on decision-making during difficult times. So what was your experience? And so what is your take on that? That it's only during the pandemic, or you think that we can slightly look from the different perspective as well?
Thank you. That's that's very kind of you. The book is called "Good Decisions for Strained Situations," which was a book that I wrote as a response to the pandemic, actually, about how decision making changes during pandemic specifically. But the results were broadly applicable to crises in general. And the idea there was that if you're faced with something that you haven't experienced before, highly uncertain environment. A pandemic is something that we didn't, as a society, didn't face or didn't think about for nearly a century, right? So, I mean, even though there's been pandemics, but not at that massive of a scale. Then the question is, how do you behave and what do you do? And oftentimes, what you're doing is looking at other people and seeing what they're doing and copying their behavior. Now, you can call this sort of herd-based mentality, right? People to call it that, some other people call it like social norm-driven behavior. But the idea there is that in limited information, when you don't know what's in front of you, don't know what the right thing to do is, you look for social proof. You're looking for what other people are doing and either emulating that or changing your response relative to what you see other people doing. And so a lot of the book was built on that basis. One of the stories I tell was this big fainting epidemic that happened in schools in the UK. It was really interesting. It happened at one particular school, and then it happened in a few other schools as well, where there was kids in assembly, so it's like middle school kids, who just fainted, not instantly, but like there was a mass fainting. And so that was really interesting to try and understand why there was mass fainting. And it turns out there was one girl who was in particular very, very sick. She hyperventilated and fainted. Other people around her saw her hyperventilating and also got really, really scared, and that set off a panic response. They also hyperventilated. And so there was like a fainting contagion that spread, right? There was nothing to do with anything, just people's panic response in response to what they observed other people doing. We saw a lot of that happening during the pandemic. So there's a lot of what they call panic buying, if you remember that, right? And in the UK, where supply chains were very, very limited, you lost certain items very, very quickly. Toilet rolls is the famous example that people give, but also other bottles of water, other sorts of things like that. And so that was the idea, that there's a sort of herd mentality that takes over, because that's one way that we deal with uncertain situations. And so it comes, I think it's broadly applicable, because even in our lives, a lot of times when you don't know what the right thing to do is or what the optimal thing to do is, lots of times you'll ask people what they've done that were in similar situations, right? And that happens to us all the time, where they're like, oh, that you're smart, what did you do? Or what should you be doing, and so on. So a lot of that is driven by what we see around us. And yeah. In fact, I've been told a few times today why I'm wearing a sweater and a scarf even though it's so warm. Yeah, there's other people, Zara, we're together. But a lot of it's like, it's because I am preferring this, but there is a thing about, oh, well, nobody else is wearing it, so why am I doing it, right? And that's another example of, so when we talk about like um, Thaler was talking about a bounded self-interest. That's the idea, that other people's behavior affects our behavior. And by the way, in completely, don't want to say atheoretical, but marketing as a field tends to be more atheoretical than economics, for example, and theory agnostic. But they know these things cold, right? They know about social proofs, they know about influences and stuff, and we're just not necessarily catching up to it. We understand that that's what's going on, but we're only now starting to model such behavior.
Last question before we open the floor for Q&A session. So how challenging it is to get the ethical approvals in all this scenario?
Okay. Ethical approval is an interesting question, and I'll tell you how I feel about this. This is not a feeling that's widely shared, and some colleagues here might disagree with me. But one thing is, when we run sort of behavioral studies in lab versus field, when we go out into the field, we're actually touching people's lives, and we're actually intervening in people's lives. That can make some people better off, some people worse off. As a trained lab experimentalist, our sort of guiding light in the lab for ethical behavior is that you cannot make people any worse off as a result of participating in the study had they not participated in the study, right? At the bare minimum, you need to inform them of all risks and all that. That's all informed consent. But you tend not to make them any worse off. In the field, people get made worse off all the time. On average, they might be fine and so on, but that's something that you can't necessarily control. And so a lot of times you have to be very, very careful and very, very sound in the types of experiments that you do, that you choose to do. You may have to make sure that you're doing the best that you can to protect the welfare of the participants. And lots of times that doesn't happen. I'll give you an example of this. There's a study that was done in India where these researchers were trying to incentivize students to come to class. So increase attendance, that was the idea, right? And you know, increasing attendance is something that's important to us. We think that's a good thing. So these researchers did was, Jane Zhang is one of the authors of this. They gave incentives, like rewards, for children to attend class, right? Sounds perfectly reasonable. So they said, okay, whatever child gets 90% or above attendance, they get a cute pencil case and they get a bunch of rewards. Now what ended up happening in the field experiment is that the students that were above 90% attendance, they increased their attendance to 100%, great. The students that were between 80 to 90% attendance, they increased their attendance to 90% or slightly above, great, they got the reward. Students that were 70 to 80% attendance prior to the intervention, they increased a little bit, so far so good. Students that were below 70% stopped coming to school. Their attendance completely dropped. And so the average effect was of the treatment was either small negative effect or no effect. But if you talk to Jane, she'll tell you that they wish they hadn't run the study, because for the students that were below 70% attendance, they fundamentally changed their lives. They've made them drop out of school as a result of the study. Now you could argue that, well, on average there was an effect and there's a greater good and we need to contribute to science and all of these things. But the truth is that the participants that you've engaged with, they've been harmed as a result of the study. Now that could have been avoided had you not jumped to the field experiment immediately based on some vague ideas of human development, but actually done pilot studies, done studies with lab people to try and tease out the behavioral models, to try and understand human behavior at a deeper level. Even things like it's a bad word to say qualitative work, but interviews, focus groups, to try and understand how people would respond to this prior to rolling this out. And Jane actually to her credit, completely acknowledges this and owns this and wishes that she hadn't done the study. I wish she hadn't done the study as well. And there's lots of field experiments that operate on sort of faulty theory to just kind of, affect people's lives. Now, that's better than policies, because policies do this all the time, right? There's no evidence. I just feel like I should give people some money and that'll make them better off, and then take it away. Policies do this all the time. So relative to the policy benchmark, that's fine to do a study because at least it's controlled and you've learned something. But relative to a strong ethical framework, this is a bad thing, because what you should always strive to do is leave your participants in no worse of a state than they did had they not participated in the study. So ethical approval is challenging. In the West, it's particularly challenging. Randomized control trials are, if you do medical studies, in the UK, for example, if you're doing a clinical trial in health, patients are part of the conversation. They have to approve your study design. Can you believe that? The patients that are going to be affected by this, they have to approve the study design. So people talk about wanting to do field experiments in developing countries because it's easier to get ethical approval in developing countries. We've become a test bed for the West, right? And it's actually quite, of course, now, we're catching up to this, and lots of people are, it's not for any nefarious purpose probably, and now ethical boards are getting stronger and stronger, but we have to be very, very vigilant as scientists, and that's our job, to be as vigilant as possible and make sure nobody is harmed as a result of our work.
Yeah, thank you, Shahryar. This is what I was discussing with Zahra as well, that most of the literature that is available on behavioral economics is coming from, those are experiments in the developing countries. Yeah, so Abhiji is most of the work in India, a lot of work is in Indonesia and many other developing countries, so perhaps, but difficult thing.
Where, by the way, Pakistan is one of the big producers of research in education.
Education, yeah.
Many educational experiments run here.
Yeah, exactly, true. So now we open the floor for Q&A. Please raise your hand and ask a brief question so we can take many questions.
Thank you for a great discussion. So my question is, how is it easy or difficult to have experiments in violence and conflict setting?
Sorry?
Yeah. So how is it easy or difficult to have experiments, field experiments in the context of violence and conflict areas?
Oh, violence and conflict areas? So violence and conflict-ridden areas, it's very difficult because you tend to need much stronger relationships with implementing agencies. So, and the ethics of it can be very, very contentious because those are particularly vulnerable populations, and there's a real danger of causing harm. So ethics can be very, very challenging. But there's lots of studies that have tried to deal with this issue. Michael Callan is a very famous author who's done lots of work in Afghanistan. Of course, Michael went to school with the son of the president of Afghanistan, so he had really good access that most people would not have. So it's particularly challenging to be able to guarantee those rights and so on. But at the same time, given that conflict happens so frequently, it's an important area of study. So we should strive to do it, but we have to be extra careful.
Thank you, Sharia. This behavioral economics basically, to a larger extent, negate the new classical approach. In particular, in the microeconomics, what we are teaching to the student, that individual is rational in the context of Homo economicus. To what extent do you think that this new classical microeconomics will become redundant? How long might it take to not teach such kind of approach based on this global development of behavioral and experimental economics? Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't think we'll see it becoming redundant, perhaps in the near future, but there is another bit of revolution that's coming in through data, basically the data revolution, right? And that's what some psychologists are calling the heterogeneity revolution. In other words, there's no real reason for having a representative agent model anymore, because you can have multiple agents, because now we understand preferences in a very wide variety of contexts and so on. So there might be a time, not because of behavioral economics, but just because of the data revolution, that the rational actor model becomes largely redundant. However, I do think that within economics, we still, I mean, I've been working as a behavioral economist for 15 years, and any of my papers will also start with a rational actor model, right? Because that's the basis in which you start the conversation. And so lots of papers are actively doing that. They're saying, look, there's a simple model, how do we adapt it to suit this particular context? Now, I will also say that there is a search that behavioral economists engage in to find one unifying model that replaces the rational actor model. I think that search is futile. I don't think we'll have that, because human behavior is far too complex to model that way. But I do think that the data revolution and the heterogeneity revolution is where the action is. Agent-based modeling, by the way, I'll just take a side note for this. When I was doing my PhD, I got really interested in agent-based modeling, and I thought I could take computer agents and give them behavioral characteristics. And my advisor, one of my advisors, I won't name who, said, oh, this is a dead end, research dead end. Nobody cares about agent-based models. Nobody cares about that because the predictions are not sharp, and so don't waste your time. And now, thanks to AI, there's a lot of agent-based modeling going on, and so yeah, I missed the boat on that one.
Thank you very much, Shahriyar. So, any student who want to interact or discuss anything, any project or their future plans, Dr. Shahriyar will stay with us. He is going to Lahore, I believe, for 2 days, for a couple of days, and then he will back in Karachi. So you can set up a time and have a meeting with him if you want to get admission or anything else. So thank you very much, Shahriyar. Very interesting conversation, and I'm very thankful to you for coming to IBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Honored.
Thank you, Dr. Asma Haider and Dr. Shahriyar Banori, for providing us an opportunity to get indulged into this valuable conversation. Now, I would like Dr. Asma Haider to present souvenir to Dr. Shahriyar Banori. Now we are having parallel technical sessions. We have the volunteers outside in the maroon lanyards who are going to guide you to the designated areas. But before that, help yourselves with the tea and refreshments at the auditorium corridor. Please return back by 3:20 p.m. The parallel sessions will start by 3:20 p.m. Okay, and please return here after the parallel technical sessions by 5:15 for the closing ceremony. Please proceed.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So I need your attention for a while. I want to thank, before I thank my friend and my colleague Dr. Lubna for organizing this conference. So just to share, because some of the presenters and scholars, they already know us. They used to come on our conferences. For instance, Sultan knows us. Last time he came. And there are few other colleagues from PIDE, those who regularly visit us, so they know about us. But just to share that we are not a business school, we are School of Economics and Social Sciences, because whenever somebody talk about IBA, they say it's a business school. So it's not a business school, it's a School of Economics and Social Sciences. And we have a strong department of economics where we offer 2 degrees. One is BS Economics and the other is BS Economics and Mathematics. And we offer a master's degree and also a PhD program. For the other department, that is Department of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts, we offer an undergrad degree. And in that undergrad degree, we have 4 majors. We have a very strong major in political science, in psychology. Our psychology major is very popular. It's popular across IBA and otherwise in Karachi as well. And one in poli-sci, and also we offer a major in history. And we also have 2 minors. We are building in literature. We are encouraging students to take literature as their minor, and also urban studies, because we are in Karachi and we have quite a good cluster in our faculty, those who teach urban studies. We also have a Karachi Urban Lab, which is very popular, and they are doing very unique type of work, and it's all focused on Karachi. And then we have 2 research centers. One is Center for Business and Economic Research, and the other center is Center for Population Studies, in which we focus on demography, because in economics department, many of our faculty members are into development, health economics, and also many faculty members study population trends as well. And even those who are in sociology and anthropology, they also study somehow population as well. So we have this very strong center for population studies. So it's just 3 days back that the Population Association of Pakistan, they had a very big conference here at IBA. And just after 2 days, then we had this conference, so it was a very, very busy week. And for this conference, just to share with you that when we started the conference 4 years back, it was the whole social science department, and so the first conference, because we thought that we are encouraging the multidisciplinarity, so the first conference was a huge conference. Even the second conference was very big conference where all the social sciences were invited, including history. There was a session on history, there was a session on museums, on anthropology, sociology. But this year we thought that we should only focus on economics. So because our realization was that it was very difficult to manage such big conferences. But this year, so we have this only economics conference, but the main purpose is to have our friends, to provide a forum to scholars and our friends, and to our with whom we want to collaborate and want to have network, to provide an opportunity to our students to interact with all these people, all the scholars who are coming from different parts of the world. So with this, I would finally would like to once again want to thank Dr. Lubna and her team, Shagufta, I'm sure you all know her, and Javeria and Anam, and there are so Umaima, there are so many other people, Rao, and many, many students, those who are here. I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank all the guests who travel from different parts of Pakistan and those who come from abroad. So thank you very much. It's because of you that we have this successful conference. So thank you very much, everyone. So finally, we have few souvenirs for our volunteers. So I would request Dr. Qazi Masood. Dr. Qazi Masood is one of the most senior faculty members who helped to develop the Department of Economics. He is one of the pioneers. in economics, and we are very lucky to have him. He actually helped us in so many things. So Dr. Kazi, thank you so much for being with us. So I would request Dr. Kazi to give souvenir to our two students.
All right, so...
Yeah, he is also the first director of Center for Business and Economic Research. He actually developed that center. He built that center.
So, all right, I'll now call upon the interns who actually put their heart and soul into making this, who also put their heart and soul into making this event a very successful event. Okay, Abdul Quddus. So this one for transport and logistics, okay? Sayyid Hamad Hussain. Sohail Anwar. Sarfraz Ahmed. Javeria Yunus. Anam Noor. Umama Siddiqui. All right, thank you everyone for joining us. And the most important person of this event, Dr. Shagufta. Dr. Shagufta Shabbal. Rao Israr. No, not outside. Okay, I would call all the volunteers on the stage for the group photo. Okay. Now I invite all the volunteers and all the participants on the stage. All the participants as well for the group photo. Kindly all the participants who participated in the parallel sessions, who presented their paper, all are invited on the stage for the group photo. Thank you, John.